Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 356th Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, November 26, 2020. This is a broadcast of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Education Department and part of the Public Teachings in English. My name's Rikrem. I'll be a host today. And as usual, we are joined in this program with Mr. Meiran Keshe of the Keshe Foundation, and he will be delivering today's workshop, and I believe he's ready to go. Hello, Mr. Keshe.
Morning, good day to you, as usual, wherever and whenever you listen to this series of Knowledge Seekers of the Keshe Foundation, the Spaceship Institute. As you are fully aware that we have entered a phase of what we call universal teaching, universal understanding of everything else that we know in parallel in the world of the man. We have spoken about emotions, of thoughts, of presence, and everything else. Today we try to bring in something new in a way that we have dreamt about it. We thought it's something which is done but we could not replicate, and at the same time you will become more familiar with the works of the foundation. As we said, we enter universal language, universal knowledge, and in that process we now have to learn more and more in practicality what needs to be done, what is to be, how we find our position, how we found the strength of our thoughts, how we become part of the universal community by understanding more. One of the most important parts of understanding the new technology is to understand the way fields work, the way we create the condition of the fields, the way we create environment that the fields can show themselves, can operate in, can have the strength that we need. It is part of our work, and in so many ways is what we need to understand more. In the past, we looked over centuries into the skies. We looked at and we watched how planetary system moved. We watched them to see where they position themselves, and we look into the skies at night and we find different stars, different planets, different moons in different positions. And we find them that they have a rhythm. They have a what we call unified strength of the fields, that it keeps them in that position. And at the same time, they find position in respect to each other. They have no motors, they have no wings, they have no adjustment, what we call throttles, to change their strength, to position them, to, in a way, interact with the rest of the objects in their system. In the solar system, we have Earth. It rotates around itself, and at the same time, it rotates within the solar system. It has a heartbeat, because we know. And all this happens at the same time. And today, up to the present time, we have never managed to understand how this works and if we can replicate it. We have made gadgets, as we see on the screen, that man has made to show them. Man has made systems, putting the sun in the center and different planets and their moons and everything else on a mechanical system. Up to today, we have never had the knowledge, the technology, and the understanding of the universal work that We could put these moons, we could these planetary systems on their own to function, to show. If you look at this video of the solar system, the way it has been put together, we see that every planetary system moves in a specific way, in a specific position, and we could never really understand the interaction of the gravitational magnetic field of them. In understanding this, we come to see none of these objects are connected like what we saw on a piece of a string or on anything else. They work within the fields, within the magnetic gravitational fields of the solar system. They work within the structure of gravitational magnetic field of the universe. What we see on the screen has been a dream of the man, to be able to replicate this, even in a small scale, where we can create these motions, where we can rotate, create day and night, we can rotate to create the annual cycle, and we can rotate in the coming time to understand what we call the solar cycle. And then we come to understand what we have as what we call galaxy cycle, and thereon. For the first time today, we have to strive to understand these motions, to understand how to create systems which can independently, within the fields of a structure, man-made or in the universe, we take our position in the same way. In our structure, we need to understand this. We need to strive to develop systems that can replicate this. Systems that can rotate, at the same time have a heartbeat, and at the same time to be circling a center. And we can, in this way, develop technologies that we can literally universally GPS our position and be able to replicate the structure of the universe, that we can make systems that can replicate this. At the present time, there is no such a knowledge. Has not been up to today. From today, we have access to this technology, has been developed, and in a very small scale, the first step in the development of the technology that can create a living entity like planet Earth, that we can measure, we can distance it in its position. And what we saw in a mechanical system from Harvard University picture before, which was done centuries ago or last century, now we can make a real three-dimensional systems. Attached to nothing, connected to nothing, uses universal magnetic gravitational fields to manifest itself. For the first time, today we show a major breakthrough in the world of science and technology, which with it, we show the first step in man joining the universal community in space travel. This will be the cornerstone of the new teachings, and we will teach this technology. Will be shown for the first time in 2 nations to the officials and the governments, and from then steps will be taken to share that with the rest of humanity. It is important that this is understood, because with this new technology, with this small breakthrough, which we will show in the next few minutes, you will understand a huge step in the science of space, cosmology, man's motion, and everything else which create the condition of life in universe and motion will be shown. It's taken years of development, but in a way, what you will see is a major breakthrough in the world of physics and science. For the first time, we don't need to make what we're seeing as the moons that we sell in the workshop, in the shop of the Keshe Foundation. This is the maximum we have managed to achieve. Placing magnets to create position. If you look at the moon, which is for sale in the Keshe Foundation shop, you see it has a rotation, but the base cannot move. It's locked in position. It has no heartbeat. It has no existence of the confirmation that it is an entity which can position itself in what we call its environment. This has been the limitation. This has been what we have achieved up to now. This is what mankind's knowledge and science and technology has managed to give us to create such a position. Levitation. Levitation is what we have achieved. Fixed, using inertia. Not creating gravitational magnetic fields as a maggrav to be able to hold the inertia and the magnetic gravitational field together. For the first time in the world of science today, we show you this breakthrough. And then we leave to world scientists to develop it to the next step. Because once you be able to create such a perpetual rotation in 3 dimensions, mankind will reach the pivotal point of maturity that it can control its 3-dimensional thoughts, its being, its existence. Then traveling the way we see in the objects like UFOs become not just an object to travel, but becomes an object which has emotion, which understands the soul of its passengers, which travels in the dimension of existence. In the structure of the universe, this is normal. And now we add to the knowledge of man. We add to the extent that now we can live in the environment that not only creates energies and the fields that works within the structure of the heartbeat of the man, it works within the structure of the heartbeat of the soul of the man. Mankind has never understood that, as it says, I've made the man in the image of myself. Even the soul of the man has a heartbeat. For most of you who take the systems and you make the cup of soul, you have not had the heartbeat of the soul. Your system lacks completion. Your system is not complete. Your system has 2-dimensional life. The essence of its dynamism, the essence of this heartbeat of the soul is missing. That is why most of your systems do not respond. This is why you find out whatever you have made up to now is hit and run chance, not precise. In the coming new enhancement units, all this has been covered. In a way, we embed in it the soul of the man. We embed in it the heartbeat of the soul. We embed in it the material which makes the living that soul possible. This is a major understanding in the world of science for those who call themselves man of knowledge. From today, we shall see a new structure, independent. Very much like the moon, we will show you that the structure is free. We will show you how we have managed to achieve the heartbeat, which is the heart soul of the entity. We show you how we manage to achieve what we call self-rotation, perpetual motion, and at the same time, you will see for the first time, holding on to the position. And if you put all 3 together, you will find out with what we will show today, we have reached the position not only to show the soul of the man can be contained in the dimension of the what we call the heartbeat of the soul, But we can show the same technology can be used for positioning man in a space. In the same time, we can create a solar system structure, a universal structure that we can in reality work within real data for positioning our spacecrafts and our soul in a given position and time. What you will see is very simple. What you will see is amazingly simple, but it's taken man thousands of years to achieve. And we have to understand the implication of it. We have to understand the application of it, and we have to understand, for man to be given this gift, man needs to sign himself to peace. Because with this revelation of today, you'll find out everything can be copied. Everything can be used to create new condition, enhance the soul of the man, enhance the physicality of the man, enhance and develop systems which can travel the depth of the universe in no time. This is the first step. This is where, as humanity, we will see, as was said, this is a small step, but a giant leap. Is a huge leap in the world of science. World scientists who will understand what is to be shown today, they will understand the world of physics, the world of cosmology, the world of medicine, in a real three-dimensional effect has changed. This is what we promise you. We bring you the universal system, the way the universe works, and through this, within the next few months, we'll strive in collaboration with the Iranian government, with the Sepah of Iran, with the Chinese defense technology, to bring this technology into force. We have committed ourselves to peace to these two nations. And in the coming time, you will see a collaboration between the two nations to deliver this technology directly from Tehran and Beijing. We have committed ourselves to this, and we'll see this technology will come out in a peaceful way for development of what we call the next step in being able to become man of universe. In so many ways, this new technology will change the game of power, energy. Will change the structure of social structure on this planet, where we can feed people directly without satellites. We can eradicate illnesses directly through the systems positioned in strategic points around this planet. Feeding the man with these systems will replace the present satellite system altogether, where we change the line of communication through the soul of the man, and we change the line of communication through a structure of the feeding the soul to feel the physicality, where the man shall not kill, where the man will respect another life. The implication of what we to show will change everything man has achieved today. In our work with the Iranian officials, through the team of Sepah of Iran and team of the Chinese space technology, we deliver new satellite system. Exactly the way the system has been in a universal structure, where there is no need for power and there is no need for feeding and depending on energy source. In this process, we bring Europe in line, and with it, we establish the world peace. This is not a dream. This is the fact and the reality, which is in the position of the Keshe Foundation. And we share, as we've done up to now. We respect the knowledge and integrity of every culture, but no nation. And with it, we'll bring the understanding of humanity to the same level. As of today, when the scientists understand what is delivered, all the satellites we have developed up to today becomes obsolete. From today, all the nuclear missiles become obsolete. From today, all those who think about war will not even understand what the word means, that they will not exist in their vocabulary. Mankind will enter a new era of a space development, a new era of satellite, what we call entities, which man will develop for a specific purpose to harvest. In so many ways, we have achieved a breakthrough and we share our knowledge. In totality, we have achieved much, and we have achieved a lot to be able to see, to show, and to be delivered. Just 1 second, please. In understanding this process, in being able to understand the whole structure of the change, we need to understand how the fields of the universe work. We need to understand that just 1 second, please. I have to. Sorry about that. The whole structure to understand how fields in the universe work. That the interaction of the fields allows the motion, allows the creation of condition of life, allows to be able to replicate and sustain life as is and shall be on any position in the universe. The explanation of the new technology is simple. We do not create a dynamic field which is locked to a position. We create a dynamic system which is locked to the universal position. We create a dynamic system in gravitational magnetic fields without motors, that the forces of the universe will dictate the position and the speed of the rotation. The new technology is not locked to a position. The new technology is using fields of the universe, creating the environment of the fields of the universe, that we can replicate systems. In a way, for the first time, we create levitation, not. We create gravitational magnetic fields of the position. We are independent of time and the place. We are independent of any motor. We are independent of any magnets. We are independent of anything which locks man to matter state. In a way, we become locked into the fields of the universe. You got to understand, in the videos and the pictures we show, we had to take a lot of steps to make sure no one can see the structure. It might look a bit obscured, but at this moment of time, we prefer for you not to see how and the way it's done. We'll show you, as you've seen in the enhancement unit material production in Linz, the system freestanding on its own stand. The system to be as it is, like a sun on its own. But this time, within this sun, there is a structure of the solar system, which means within it, we have created field structure that planet like Earth can exist, and within the environment of it, it can maintain its heartbeat, it can maintain its rotation, and it can maintain its circulation around. If you understand this, developing systems like the heart of the man becomes absolutely child's play. Which means not only we will create the heartbeat, we can create the circulation of the blood system, we can create the condition as the magnetic fields which the blood creates to feed the man without the blood. This is important in the future technologies, that no matter where the mankind is in the universe, his base amino acid will have no more what we call accessibility by other fields to interact, to endanger the life and the position of the soul of the man within the structure of his physicality. In a way, we have replicated, and we can replicate the magnetic gravitational field of the blood of the man to hold and contain the soul of the man in its strength, in a conjunction with the soul, that in the future, man can take any position in the universe. This breakthrough, this understanding, in a way, is the beginning of a massive development in the process of mankind. And in the same time, and at the same time, we will come to understand more about the work of our own system. In a way, we will understand more in space and time. In a way, we understand more about our work. In a way, we understand more about how in the future mankind will be able to travel the spans of the universe. In so many ways, mankind has entered a new cycle of knowledge. A cycle of knowledge which is the universal knowledge, and in that process, mankind will enter to understand the totality of its creation. In so many ways, we will see the next step development. Rick, could you please check your secure line, please? We show the yellow first, and then when I ask you, you release the video. What we show you first is, for scientific reason and security reasons, you will see that we have managed to create a structure of a solar system without any attachment. It's just as it is in the structure of the enhancement unit sitting on the pole, where in that position We see detachment. We see the freedom. In a coming time, this ball itself will be kept in a floating condition. This is to show that there is no motors attached, and a solar system is within this ball. This is to show, for the first time, we don't use anything which mankind is used to. Could you show the video, please? This video will be and is one of the cornerstones and major breakthrough in the world of cosmology and physics. Now we can replicate the work of electron and protons. We can replicate every cell within the structure of the what we call plasmatic atomic structure. In understanding this, we open a new era in the world of science. This technology is a major breakthrough. As you watch this video, you understand why. As you see, the ball is like the sun or earth, rotating on its own axis and taking a solar circulation. As you see in the floating of the water, you see the heartbeat of the system within it as it produces it. This has never been achieved. Independent rotation, perpetual rotation in 3 dimensions and within the structure at the same time to be able to create that heartbeat. Now, by adding more the structures like this in this sphere, we can replicate Earth and its moon rotating at the same time together within the structure of the solar system. We can add gravitational magnetic field, the strength of every planet on this solar system. And this will bring new dimensions as we will produce energies which is absorbed within the energy of the liquid, and then we can drain that to feed, to create new conditions. We can use this system and technology to create perpetual satellite system around Earth and systems which is a copy of our own existence. As I said, this is absolutely a breakthrough in the world of science and technology. In the moon and the UFO, you were centered to one point. In what we call creation of motion and creation of the whole structure, we use the totality of the understanding of the creation of speed, motion, and life as is in universe. We will, in coming weeks, release more detailed development on this. But those of you who understand the work of cosmology, those of you who understand the work of physics, those of you who understand atomic and nuclear structure will understand the game of tokamak is over. The game of creating plasma on an entrapped environment with massive energies to control is over. This takes micro and milliamps to produce. But it works at the level of the creation of energy of the universe. This video will be shown for centuries to come if man understands. As the first time on this planet, man has matured to understand the work of the universe. In the coming weeks, as we show you more systems, we will show you how the light will be created in this system. But there is one point. In a coming time, there shall be no liquid in this ball. It'll be exactly as is in universal condition. Within the fields of the oceans of the gravitational magnetic field of the universe, where we create a miniature with the same knowledge and technology. In a way, mankind has entered the real phase of universal development of technologies which will change the course of humanity, makes whatever we done up to now obsolete, because now we don't need to create an atom with a given electron. We create the energy of the electron in its own dynamic system to lead to the creation of the atom. In so many ways, this video in its simplicity creates a new beginning for many of you knowledge seekers. If you understand it, and in due course, as I said, with collaboration with the Chinese and the Iranians, we develop the satellite system with this within coming months. I shall return to Tehran in a short time and to Beijing to complete the work with the two nations. Then the agreement between the two nations and with Russia will allow, if the Americans accept the World Peace Treaty, to be shared with them. This will paralyze and disengage all present satellite systems which are used for controlling mankind. With it, we deliver systems which with it will stop infection of the viruses on this planet, where there is no need for vaccination. On my return to Beijing in coming days and Tehran, we rapidly in our negotiations complete this directly with the scientists. A free access will be given to both nation scientists. There are more which we'll release to complete the cycle. At that point, we reach negotiation with the European community that no arms shall be made on this continent. Cornerstone of change. On the other hand, we shall be able to feed the nations through satellite system, where no man will sleep hungry and receives what it needs day and night. The way you receive the fields of your mobile phone does not matter where you are. We don't lock to you, we make it available that the soul and the soul of the man takes what it needs. This is what will change the course. This is part of the technology of the universal community, which is getting delivered in step by step to scientists that can understand it and committed to peace for creation of the next generation of man, peaceful man and man of universe. Creating that heartbeat is the cornerstone of existence. Showing life, showing being able to release energies of the plasma at a given rate, that in totality everything tunes. We have a heartbeat tunes to the heartbeat of the earth, and the heartbeat of the earth tunes to the heartbeat of the sun, and the heartbeat of the sun changes and tunes to the heartbeat of the galaxy, and to the universe, and to the unicos, and to the creator. Now we have access and the knowledge to achieve this point. In so many ways, this little ball and this ball, as you see rotating, and with its heartbeat, can be the womb of a mother, creation of a life. Do we need to create the children of physicality to suffer, or through this technology we create the children of the soul? That life will change the course of humanity, and in so many ways we have shown the first step to life without dependence on the physical condition, unless we choose to. As I said, it's the time for knowledge to be released, that mankind within the next 4 months from now be able to access the universal community and to universal conditions. Creation of life through dimension of existence, creation of life through dimension of physicality, creation of life through dimension of physicality in the soul at the same time, where the man will create the new cycle. This in turn will open and brings mankind to the point of peace and entry to universal community. The process has already started. And in that system and in that level, we teach you more as we develop. Creation of condition that man will live independent of food, independent of understanding the environment if it does not want to manifest itself, and into the position that the mankind moves to newer structure. As I said, in the coming months, we'll make the present satellites obsolete. A new communication and a new computer system through this technology will be released through the two nations. And then we shall see in the next couple of years, the present computers will become obsolete. With this understanding, the present automotive industry has become obsolete. We see man will never tap into the resources of this planet to destroy it, and with it destroy his own environment. This is, those of you who understand the breakthrough in the world of science which mankind has been waiting for, to be able to use the fields of the universe to tap into universal energy and to be able to live what has been his dream. A free energy, which means it's free from the universe and not by name. In a way, these units will tap into the universal energy to feed themselves, and through it to feed mankind and humanity, that the man shall not kill to survive. In a way, this is a response to last week's question. What do we do when we slaughter animals? Now, in a rapid development, this will not be needed. In a way, it will be a two-way trip. While we're developing the technology, the heads of the Keshe Foundation negotiate with governments for peace. The education of the technology in parallel with all the nations, and that falls on the responsibility of the two heads of the Keshe Foundation. It's the responsibility of Universal Council members to make sure the nations reach the same understanding with the heads of the Keshe Foundation, that they receive the technology on the basis of peace. As the nations sign themselves into peace and abolishing the war tools and the guns, is the responsibility of Universal Councils to complete the negotiations, to reach and achieve peace in a rapid way. In the coming weeks, as we show more powerful system like this, we'll take the whole structure of the man needing wheels to move, man needing tools, a physical dimension to make energy and food obsolete. In the coming months and years, no man, no animal will die of hunger. As we make available these satellites to feed the man, the lion and the lamb will be fed too. We create conditions that the feeding through protein absorption will become part of this satellite system. As I said to you weeks ago, we make the present satellite system obsolete. Now you have seen the first step, where we not only communicate through the systems, we'll feed, we'll create condition of peace, and we'll find lions on the streets of our cities as we find man, as no one is hungry to kill for the other. It becomes pleasures of life. And at the same time, we open the structure that those who have been the passengers of the universe and the guests on this planet will manifest themselves. The golden age of knowledge for human race starts from today. This is upon man to decide which way he'll take steps to his own annihilation of his own individual soul or collective soul of humanity to step forward. In so many ways, with this simple video, we welcome mankind its first tentative steps towards understanding of the universal knowledge and universal community. In so many ways, using this technology, in the coming weeks and months, collectively our scientists will strive to recover and, in a way, develop energies from the universe which has been hidden from man. As I said many times, 8 billion population for this planet is not enough. As now with this knowledge, we'll become passengers of the universe in such a rapid way that this planet will lack population. Within the next 5 to 10 years, as this technology is fully developed, mankind has to look for new resources and new ways to create new souls that the population on this planet can sustain existence without suffering, without hunger, without lack of resources. As with this technology, we have opened the universal energy to mankind. I promise I'll take man to universe, and this is the first step. As I said, on my return to lab, I have washed my hand in the operation of the Keshe Foundation gradually, as by being in the lab, we delivered the soul of the knowledge, and with it, the new technologies which will break through in the coming times for the whole of humanity. The structure in its totality is unique. The structure in its existence will become a way of absorbing energies from the universe that does not rely on man to tap into no more. No more into the energy of another animal, no more into the energy of the resources of this planet, no more into energies of the universe, which he does not need. Self-sufficiency through self-need become part of the life of the man like the rest of the universal community. In a simple word, we welcome mankind to universal community. Value the knowledge, respect its application, and in time we teach you more. In so many ways, we enlighten the souls to work with us, and in that process of enlightenment, we bring the condition that gradually we transfer the knowledge to those who are selected and precious to us, to be able to carry the candle of the knowledge and universal interaction within us, amongst you, and amongst you with those who will become part. We welcome you in the first step of your journey into the depth of the universe. The first tool, the first understanding of the operation, and in so many ways, a system which has a soul, a system which has an understanding of the humanity and the universal community, and through it, if you understand in a coming time, you will need not to learn no languages, as the system with you, within you, will speak every language on this planet and in the universe, as it carries through the emotion of the soul and it translates itself to any dimension and extent of understanding by the others who are the passengers of this unicos. We welcome you, as long as you stay peaceful and as long as you understand this technology will affect every one of us. As I said to the knowledge seekers, when this system runs in the lab, everything evolves and works around it. Just look at the shake of the water. Confirm the heartbeat. Heartbeat is a cornerstone of operation of the plasma within the structure of the universe. And in so many ways, we have started a new journey for mankind, a new journey in science, technology, and ethos, and the faith of the man. In so many ways, the knowledge of the past prophets is open to every man. And it's for the man to judge himself according to the strength of the soul he attains. As I said, never ask, and if you ask and you're given, is your right. Mankind asks for peace and end of suffering, and we have obliged. It's now up to mankind to take that step to the next stage. And in the coming time, with the agreement with the beautiful nation of China and Iran, will force the knowledge to become part of the life of the man on this planet, where the jungles are not limitations for the animals to live, and where the cities by the rivers are not limitation for the man to live, to have access to essentials of the life. In so many ways, we have freed the man from the shackles of this planet, as we've done the animals from the shackles of the jungle. Let's see how humanity will take this knowledge and how, as a whole, we enter the universal community. We welcome you, but be careful, we watch you too. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. And as usual, I advise the attendees that they can raise their virtual hands and we can acknowledge you and allow you to speak.
I bet Mr. Kremen's workshops on Wednesdays will have a different flavor from now on.
Well, it's certainly very interesting, Mr. Keshe, and we're hoping that you can give us a few more clues on this, but I know
Are you looking for clues or glues?
Well, something that'll stick.
Get stuck to
sure.
And don't be flexible. In a way, is the process development of the totality of the knowledge we have taught over years.
Yes, you spoke about this phenomenon many times in terms of the interaction of the fields and the rotation and so on. And this seems to be the culmination of that. So you mentioned like three main aspects, which is the rotation, then the heartbeat, and then I call it the revolution, or around the center. So we see all of that going on in this video here. And someone mentioned in YouTube, before we even saw the video, let me see if I can get the quote here, from Heilangu, could be Japanese, I think, perhaps Chinese. He says, heartbeat equals frequency, ? Although we've been told there is no frequency in the universe. And then after we saw the video, I commented back to him, is it frequency or is it a heartbeat? And we can see there's like a frequency to the rotation. You could say technically in a sort of scientific way, but it's more of a heartbeat. It's not a regular rotation. It's actually more like a beat to it than a frequency usually has a regular wave to it. This is irregular. It's not you can see it rotates a bit and then it jogs a bit and rotates a bit. and it's a heartbeat. That's the best way to describe it. And
The
this is the
beauty of it is, if you look at it, is rotating on its own axis, like Earth, but is rotating in the same circle within the cup of field. In future videos will show there'll be no medium. There is no cup in the solar system. Interaction of the field will create the new condition. One of the principal conditions with this technology, understanding the work of the universe, is the sun does not just radiate fields out. The sun, through its shell, receives back the fields which has sent out to create the gravitational pull internally within its structure. And this is the key to what we call the operation of the new technologies. You don't look at, up to now, we have been in so many ways understanding the soul of the man. Now we understand the soul of the system. The soul of the system is not in that ball which rotates. The soul of the system is in the center of that ball where there is liquid. It's that center point which keeps this ball in its distance, in its position. As we will create new conditions, you will see that this ball and the other balls which will be shown, like the Earth and the Moon, will have their own rotation. In a way, we can make replication of the solar system in a container. This is the beauty of the new technology. As it says in the background, one planet, one nation, one race, one knowledge, one technology. And as you can see in the shape of the structure inside, when you look, it looks like a face. It's got two eyes and a nose. And if you look at it, it's very much the structure of a planet. Maybe the knowledge seekers in the coming time will bring a new dimension to it. But as I said, my prime work in visiting China in the coming days and Iran is to deliver primarily the new satellite system in the space defense technology, which means in a rapid way we will deliver food into these nations through this new satellite system. In a way, the scientists will make sure there shall be no hunger, and with it we transfer knowledge, and every soul according to his strength will take from it. There shall be no need for education institute as we deliver the knowledge through these systems to the soul of the man. KFSSI will have a new meaning for those who've been battling it to teach on the net. KFSSI will teach internationally through the nations, not through the website of the Keshe Foundation. This is the work which will sit with the head of the education of the Keshe Foundation and the heads of what we call medical and agriculture, to negotiate through new understanding with the nations. Where do we need to grow to feed, or do we feed the soul of the man through these satellites that man does not need to eat? This small video will change the future of mankind in a very, very rapid way, because scientifically mankind has developed. Now everything can rapidly be implemented and delivered. My message to CPC and the Chinese head of state, President Xi, is simple. Accommodate the Keshe Foundation technology in China, that with it through the scientists in Iran, we bring peace and equality. The same goes to the head of Iran, religious leaders and government leaders and the head of Sepah. We bring the technology to Iran to become the stepstone in peace. We took this step in the last Monday teaching in the Keshe Foundation Farsi language, where for the first time, Hebrew speaking member thoughts and his wishes from Tel Aviv directly to the heads of the Iran nations as they were online. In a way, the Iranian leadership has to understand, as their appointed leader spoke in the teaching, that the Iranian nation, according to his ethos of Shia, is a peaceful nation and it stays with the rules of Zoroaster. For those of you who were not there and don't understand the culture, you have to understand for 40 years, no one spoke to the Iranian nation from Tel Aviv. The knowledge brought the barrier. The sharing of the knowledge broke the barrier. And in so many ways, we became independent of religion, borders, as the Iranian knowledge seekers understood and shared knowledge with the people of Israel, where governments had problems to talk, where knowledge seekers enjoy each other's company. I thank the Universal Council for Farsi and Hebrew language. I thank the head of the Iranian Keshe Foundation for such a step that showed we are all the same, have the same blood and the same heartbeat of the planet. And with this, we invite the scientists from Israel to join the Iranian scientists in the development of this technology. In a way, 30% of the Israeli nation of the Iranian descent. And in this way, we start the step for peace through understanding of the knowledge, science and technology. You got to realize the step took last week for the Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers, both in Tehran and Tel Aviv, to share is a huge step in peace in the Middle East, where we are invited to return back to Tel Aviv and learn from them and share with the Iranian scientists and the Iranian leadership that people can talk while nations and heads of nations find an excuse for war. With knowledge, there is no war. And as I said, I thank the Hebrew Universal Council and the Iranian and the Farsi Universal Council members for such a step to break the barriers where the two nations can talk and start talking. And we receive the message of peace from Iranian leadership, especially requested by them in the teaching. We thank the Iranian leadership and the Sepah for taking this courageous step to start the peace talks. Citizens will force the government. And now we have a government and citizens who are prepared to take that step. We ask for the support from Universal Council for this move, to bring peace through knowledge between all nations. Any other question?
Yes, we have Salamia with the hand up first, and then John Blevin after that. Go ahead, Salamia. Hello, Salamia. Can you unmute?
Go to John.
She did have a question in the Q&A about, can you help ITER dealing with tokamak to find a solution to their research?
I think that system is obsolete if you understood this technology.
Okay, let's go to John Blevin here.
Hello, Mr. Keshe.
Good morning, John. How are you?
I'm fine, thanks. So the creator of that ball has the ability through his emotions to determine what that ball can create, if you will.
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes. That's the fastest yes you ever received.
Yeah.
You have a blessed soul, John. You understand this very quickly.
Yeah.
The process is, as we mentioned, in the universal system enhancement unit for the evolution and development of the humanity. In so many ways, the universal systems become the backup and become part of the essential of life on this planet for the human race. As the satellite will provide the basic, these systems will enhance and eradicate any damages and needs. In a way, when we introduced the enhancement unit, was knowing that this technology is going to be released. And in so many ways, this technology and enhancement unit are integral part of each other. We'll explain more. The enhancement unit, which will be delivered in coming weeks to especially like Arizona, will carry this new technology within them. We are restructuring and refitting everything, that we don't wait for the old system to come in and change. The new systems with all the units sold around the world will be fitted with this new structure. Which means we will see rapid enhancement of the soul and the physicality and the illnesses. As I said, within 3 to 5 minutes, when the system is fully matured, will eradicate any cancer, will eradicate any condition of change. We'll go into these systems not to be curing, we're going into these systems to keep tuned, to be always perfect condition, not only in the level of the physicality, but the level of the soul. Upgrading and keeping constant life. In a way, the cycle of life would not be 50 or 80 or 100 years. The physicality lives as long as the soul of the man lives. Never ending. Unless you decide to share and give your soul to be added to another. This doesn't mean that the end of physical life. This means maturity to the physicality and physical life. And all this will be completed on 21st of March next year. We have 4 months to go. It took 4 billion years to educate man to the point of this. It'll take us 4 months to mature man to his ultimate goal.
So is it only possible to that the creator of that soul is the only person that can control it with their emotions?
Yes, we can have individual systems.
So So another person couldn't hijack by,
Nope. Can anybody hijack your soul?
no,
So you have created accessibility to a bigger dimension through the same soul.
thank you for that answer.
You're welcome. I think you're one of the first ones you will see this technology in work in Arizona. Any other question?
There was a couple of questions in the Q&A that are similar, so I'll put them together. One from Antonio, who says, Mr. Keshe, this is amazing. The ball rotating has a heartbeat. Is that what makes it move? And then Hassan
No.
says...
The heartbeat
Okay.
comes from inside the ball. The rotation, perpetual rotation on its own, comes from the interaction of the fields inside it. The rotation within the ball comes from the interaction from the inside and outside. There are three sequential systems.
Okay, Hassan goes on to say, you said this motion shows in a way the heartbeat of the soul and will be accessible to those who are peaceful. Is this motion created totally out of unconditional love?
In so
Thank
many
you,
ways,
Mr.
yes.
Keshe.
Yes. The people who are of the peaceful mind and sharing are within the lab during this development. And we tap on their existence and their soul. The head of the Keshe Foundation, the head of the research of the Keshe Foundation, they have a peaceful and a beautiful soul which continuously during development is present. That's why we kept it this way. Because it's part of the essence and essential part of the creating such a position. Because you need the souls who understand this work and are committed to peace. No one at this moment in the research center is there by their own choice. They've been brought to be in a way by being around and to the peaceful structure of this development. We have a lockdown, not only in the nation, but in the research center. Because those who are there come with that essence of peace and unity to create that condition for humanity. It's a strange place at the moment, but nobody feels it as much as when they are in. We have created a condition of the peaceful souls to be and gradually to become. They have to find their own peace. And with it, we extend to the planet and beyond.
Okay, we have several hands up here now. I'll go back to Salamia and see if she can speak there now. And then we have Kay after that and Jalel. Go ahead, Salamia.
Hello. It's a big day today. It's a covenant day. It's a covenant between the soul of humanity, the soul of peace, the soul of knowledge together. My question is about the actual researcher from the world, from ITER, which dealing with tokamak, and from CERN. How we can help them to accept this new paradigm of...
They don't need to accept, sorry, their job is obsolete.
It's absolute.
It's not accepting, they
Yes.
have to add to their knowledge and see what they can come up with. They use megawatts, kilowatts of energy. We use microwatts, milliwatts. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand. Everything will be obsolete. Then it's not another way to do it.
The thing is,
yes.
no, it's the obsolete in the tools of the man, but addition to the knowledge of the man. They're two different things. We add to the knowledge built on the knowledge of the past, but the present systems become obsolete because the new knowledge makes them obsolete. We didn't put the cart and the donkey away because we developed the cars. Now we still fly in jumbo jet and we still see people using the cart and the donkey. And we even pay to get on the donkey to have the joy of how our ancestors used to travel. But I never get on a horse. But this is what it is. The CERN scientists and scientists in the plasma technology of today will take the knowledge and add to their present knowledge.
Mhm.
Because the present CERN system is obsolete mechanically, physically.
Yeah.
Unless major adoptions have been applied.
They are aware of your knowledge or not?
That's their problem. A lot of people are aware of a lot of things. We don't sit for people to be aware of. We develop and we deliver for people to learn new technology. CERN and them are irrelevant to the work of the Keshe Foundation.
I know. I can notice. Even they themselves, they are. They don't know what to do after Higgs. You know.
There's nothing you can do. We gathered knowledge, and this knowledge will become handy somewhere down the line. It's not that we wasted time, but remembering what we researched on becomes important.
Yes, I'm so happy to hear you today, and I am very confident now in bringing peace on this planet, and not only on this planet, but the Unicos level. It's very important to find all this pure soul, peaceful soul, which can help you. Because together we are the totality. I think so.
In a way, we take the next step. For example, in the coming weeks, we show the new computers developed through the system, through non-dimensional space gap, which is at the moment a far distance understanding, but in a coming time, in conjunction with the scientists from China and Iran, we will show, I'll guide them to show. It's the way I work. I don't sit and make things. I sit and guide the scientists to add, and they develop. With the Iranian scientists, especially the Chinese, hopefully with cooperation with the Huawei, we will bring new non-tangible computers into operation. Memory banks, decision-making systems. We are committed to transfer the knowledge in a rapid way in the next few weeks to 2 nations, and the guarantee from the leaders of the nations that the system will be used, the knowledge and technology will be used for peaceful application. We do not see the European states to be in that position at this moment of time. And in so many ways, the knowledge is shared through the soul, not through the physicality and talk.
Yeah.
Because this is how we develop our scientists. This is how they should be developed. I teach through the soul, and I sit and wait for the physicality to confirm.
I also sent you from my soul when you interrupt a little bit your speech, I sent all my love because I feel it. You had something, I don't know what, but I just sent to you from the soul, and I hope you feel it to enhance you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, much love.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes, I will do all the time for
Thank
you,
you very
and
much.
for all peaceful people on this earth, to enhance our soul, to be strong, and don't be afraid of anything around us, because only the soul is a unique force and the unique cohesion force on our totality. I believe too much on the soul of man and the soul of the universe. You find, with the help of Creator, you find finally the truth. God bless you, Mr. Kesh. Much love. I love you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your kindness. We have to understand that we have not brought a new technology. We have built on the present knowledge of man, that he could follow and understand, that he could comprehend. And the knowledge of the human scientist at the moment is as is biblical. And as has been destined, sits within the structure of the souls of those who suffered, and now it's time for them to become wise, and through that wisdom to become rich. Richness for humanity.
Rich in knowledge.
Contentment.
Yes,
Thank you very much.
me too. Thank you.
Any other question?
Yes, we have a couple more hands up here. Kay, would you like to go ahead?
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Cash.
Hi, good morning, Kaushan. Are you okay?
Yes, thank you. God bless you. Beautiful knowledge, beautiful information. Thanks for sharing. You might have covered it already, or I might have just missed it. The question is, the ball which is rotating in this setup, has it actually manifested itself through the field strengths that you have created, or you have actually put physically a ball in there and then created the field for it to rotate the way it does?
We have created the ball in a specific way, and we have created an environment for it, universal environment. This goes back initially, if you go to the conference in Holland, in Eindhoven, I open a green lead box and it says, this is the box of universe.
Yeah.
Now we show that box, what's inside it and how it works. And in due course, we create fields and conditions that you don't need the liquid, the medium. And in so many ways, I sat in front of oscilloscope yesterday when it was, we were testing other things. And it's amazing how you can transfer your thoughts and the system can pick. The system built is extremely sensitive because it's made of structure of man's body. And in that process, it'll respond that way. This is part of the release of knowledge and technology.
Mr. Cash, could I also ask, please, again, you might have covered it. I understand that this system that you're creating, just like the replication of a solar system, it actually, you could replicate it on the Earth atmosphere, within the atmosphere itself, rather than just outside the atmosphere.
This is part of the new satellite system to replace the present satellite. The cost of producing such a satellite system with what we want to deliver will be less than $100.
Amazing.
The production cost of the system in front of you is less than a couple of dollars. We are not striving to edge of science, we're striving to edge of knowledge. Anyone can produce this at home. I gave you the cup of life. This is the cup of universe. You can drink from it through the soul of the man. But its development and developing into the next steps will cost huge amount of time, energy, and finance, which only the two nations of the world can afford. Don't forget, as I was told, I don't know if I'm correct, today is Thanksgiving Day in the United States. And in that purpose, in that direction, we thank the Creator for the knowledge dispensed to us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Keshe. God bless you.
Thank you very
Bless
much,
you for
Coach Jack.
eternity.
Thank you.
Okay, we've got Gatwa up next. Gatwa, go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Keshe.
Good morning, Mr. Gatwa. Or Dr.
Thank you
Gatwa.
very much. Thank you very, very much for this golden age of knowledge to man. I welcome this gift to humanity. And hopefully, I hope that this spreads throughout the world immediately.
Don't hope. We are on the road in the coming days and weeks across the nations who will be transferred knowledge to. And through it, very rapidly, to create the next steps of development of rapid technologies to make the present war tools obsolete. That's the prime goal. And this is why we are reaching to the Chinese nation, heads of nations, and to the Iranian heads of nations. But two peaceful nations can collaborate in a very rapid way.
Thank you very much, Mr. Keshe. I definitely welcome peace throughout the world. Now, I have a question. Since this system is intelligent, I am assuming that the creator of this system communicates with it. Can others, such as ourselves, wherever we are, have access to that communication with the system remotely?
In a way, this knowledge is not a secret knowledge. It's a knowledge which already exists in the universal community. When a man taps into the universal knowledge level, it's part of it. We just show mankind to gradually to enter into that dimension. There is a lot of need for a lot of understanding to be able to develop this to the next step. Two people can sit and make the same system. One will work and one will not, because the intention of the soul will count on it. This is to envy and be better, system collapses. If it's there to share and elevate, the system will work like nothing. It's an intelligent system, but then the intelligence of the soul of the man, not the physicality. This ball rotating, the way you see, is for what we call the scientists of today, if you really go down to, is non-existence. We see it in our planetary system, we see it on the solar system, we see it how our galaxy float on the ocean of fields of the universe, but we have never managed up to now to replicate it. Now we can. Now we have entered a new era. In a way, the science and technology of it is collection of all the things I have taught over past years. But you have to understand every, as we say in English, nitty-gritty of it, every aspect of it, and be able to connect it together. The reason we don't teach it, one is for peace purposes, secondly for what we saw with the mayhem with the Maghreb system. Any other question?
Okay, we've got Dean, I think, is next here. Then we've got
Oh, I was
Stephanie.
muted. I was asking, but I was muted. I muted myself. Sorry. So I had a final question. How long, Mr. Kesh, will mankind now be free? Will take to be free of hunger and disease now that the system is already in place?
Not long, depending on the government. Can you do a check, please, the IT? Who is this Baba Jani? Can you remove it or keep it if you know who it is in your attendees?
I believe that person has been here before.
Is it?
Yeah.
Can we clarify? Could you clarify in the background who it is? Thank you very much.
I don't have any way to do that, but maybe Stanley can.
Okay. Any other? Yes, carry on, Dr. Gatwa. Dr. Gatwa hasn't finished his question.
Yes, Mr. Kesh, my last question was, how long will man now take to be completely free of disease and free of hunger now that the system is already in place?
It depends on the world leaders. We have chosen a specific way through two nations, as many of you have seen, and we've seen the connections of it. We see the new American administration as a peaceful administration, scientific-based administration. Secondly, we see a large number of Iranians within the new administration who have been given position and the ear of the president. We see in the new administration in America a way for humanity to change course, but in a way we can never leave it to the Americans to do it. We work through what we call the two nations. We don't give it all to one nation that become exclusivity and we have problem in the future. We share it between the two, Iran and China, that with it we cover the totality. Then we see how it goes. You got to realize nations have spent trillions in these satellites. Now, with the stroke of a pen, they're obsolete. Nations who don't have the satellite system like this will strive to position it very rapidly because it gives them upper hand. Nations who have spent billions in satellite try to stop it. That's why we go between the two, Iran and Chinese and the others. Accessibility to this knowledge has to be a God-given right of existence. Teaching it for man to become peaceful is the responsibility of the heads of the Keshe Foundation and the Universal Council. As I said to the heads of Keshe Foundation, you were hoping to teach and set up the Keshe Foundation KFSSI to set up a net. I give you the heads of nations which give it to you freely for you to teach their citizens. This is the difference. And this is why we've been holding back in so many ways to push the teaching. Because this teaching has to be brought in under the cover of the nations where they teach all their citizens. And as I said, to the heads of the Keshe Foundation, in all negotiations from now on, it's your responsibility. I deliver the technology, you deliver conditions and technology of the education. KFSSI education, the way we kept it is good for the KF as it is, but now KFSSI has to move and be given to the nations through the heads of the Keshe Foundation, and that's why they'll be present in all negotiations. I deliver technology and its power, and it's their job to bring the conditions of use and the rest of it to the world leaders. As I said to them before, you don't ask them, you show them the beauty, they buy it with the soul. And we show the beauty of the technology, and it's their job to, what we call, make it the dream of the heads of the world, to bring the best for their citizens. We don't bribe their pocket, we enhance their souls to understand the totality. And this is the job of the heads of the Keshe Foundation and the Universal Council. Universal Council members, when time in the coming weeks, will be given that chance to negotiate with the nations technology and knowledge in exchange for disarmament and peace.
Thank you very much, Mr. Keshe, for answering my questions and for bringing this golden age of knowledge and a new cycle to humanity, a new cycle
Thank you
of
very
life.
much.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Keshe, I was told that the person you're interested in there is a Romanian knowledge seeker. Has been around since 2015. And
Thank you very much.
it's good. Okay, we've got Dean, I believe, is next.
Thank you, Rick. Good morning, Mr. Keshe. I haven't really got a question. I'd just like to say thank you for bringing the beauty and this knowledge forward and bringing us to this position. It's a momentous day. It's a wonderful day. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I just hope and know that the souls understand this technology that's being brought forward and receive it with all the love and gratitude that it's been given, that they come to accept it. The world leaders, the scientists come to accept the change, the beauty of this, the universal knowledge that you brought forward, and just understand that it's for everyone, and to bring that peace to humanity, something that we've all wanted for a very long time. It's not just for themselves, it's for their families, it's for their souls, to enlighten their souls and bring them back to balance and bring this planet to balance. So thank you, Mr. Keshe. It's
You're
wonderful.
welcome. You're welcome. I have a bad news and a good news for you, Dean. you are most probably one of the last ones who has seen the outgoing of the old technology, as you took the pictures from the system inside. And as you are in Austria and you have access to the exhibition center, when a new system gets installed in it, you'll be the first one to take and see single-handedly the leap in the knowledge and technology. But as you have promised, you will not share it. But historically, what you're photographing is the end of an era which we closed it. And when we open it the next time to public, you will see the new cycle, the new technology. And as of next week, the new systems will be getting ready to be installed in the enhancement unit. That with you and your camera, you have registered the leap, massive leap in man's knowledge. The old way with the motors and everything else, and now with no motors, rotation in the universal condition and dimension.
Mr. Keshe, thank you. That's an honor, a true honor. It really is. I'm just looking at the picture now of the ball rotating, and I know that as you said, that very simple picture it explains the universal flow. It explains the creation of a planet, an atom, everything. It's just a wonderful, wonderful time. And thank you for the honour of being present with you from my soul and to the soul of all the souls. It's a beautiful honour. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have recorded history, both end of one and beginning of the other.
Wow. I don't quite know what to say to that, Mr. Kesh.
It was your soul brought you to register it. Historical times have to be registered, and you're there to do that as a photographer.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kesh. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, perhaps we can hear from Stefania now.
Hello, good afternoon, good morning, good evening, everyone from wherever you are. No, it's not morning, but good midday, Mr. Kesh. It's just as a small question. So the ball, no, has got this face, like the two eyes and the nose, no? What I found very interesting is that when I take a picture, I don't know if you remember, I shared with you a long time ago a video of a star that I take a picture, and it looked a bit like a spacecraft, but it was rotating different colors. And then when it stopped, the filming, you had the same face of your ball. And I was wondering if this 3 dot is a coincidence they are in your ball, or there is a reason, because it's the face, it really reminded me the same face when the ball I film, the movie stopped and there is the ball fixed. He also had the 3 dots.
I don't know. I can't remember.
You don't know,
your picture.
So it's a coincidence. Okay.
Yep.
I sent to you a long time ago.
I can't remember what I had for dinner last night.
Yeah. Yeah, but I just want to know if it was a coincidence, but doesn't matter. It's just this. I just want to ask this. Thank you so much. I hope to come to Linz when the center reopen. So I can see you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other question?
We don't have any more hands up right now. Just looking at the...
Have we managed to stun the whole knowledge security?
B.
I'll try to attend as many as teachings in the coming week. Try to bring the knowledge to all the Keshe Foundation groups, that the people who work in these groups can be enlightened and develop the technology.
Good day, Mr. Keshe. Jalal here.
Jalal.
A simple question. Both of what we have in the picture here, they have a common denominator.
What do you mean?
It's the same structure of the solar system. They have...
In a way, in the solar system, you need the center of the sun to be in the center. This technology, what you see, if it could be understood, is one step even further than that, where we don't have a solar system. It's very much like the soul of the Creator, does not need tangible existence. This is the beauty of it. And most probably none of you have understood it up to now. This, what is on the table, what you see, is much more advanced than the solar system, because there is no physical, tangible center. Then to create such a thing needs a vast amount of knowledge and understanding. So what is there in a simple way is far beyond the present knowledge. But we put it in there that in the future, scientists understand. It's already been shown. In the solar system, you need the sun to keep the central gravity. In this system, we don't have such a thing. We create it through dimension of the gravitational magnetic field of the environment, which is very much further than the present knowledge, but is there for future references. You don't need a physical structure like a sun to keep the operation of the ball, the Earth. So in a way, if you look at it, the movement of the ball in the non-tangible center is very much like the soul of the man in the center, and the movement of the ball is the physicality of the man. This is the knowledge that in the coming weeks I will open up. You understand?
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. I have a big smile on my face.
Me too. Thank you very much. Mujib, carry on.
I was going to say, Ed asks, so where is the soul of this system?
It's in the space gap in between. The development of this technology to be shown will have more additions, and then you will see. Up to now, you always relied on something to turn something. Now we rely on the field forces of the universe to do the same. And gradually we show this as in a very independent system that will change a lot of things in understanding. My biggest wish, and one of the jobs I'll be heading for to complete in China and Iran in the coming weeks, is the development of the satellites through the system. Which means with it we can feed, and with it bring the new communication systems in, the new computers. Because the creation of the new memory banks through the soul of the system will become the fundamental part of this technology. To remember where this ball stood. We don't have, what is rotating in this ball, we don't have enough computers to add this data into it. Or if you put all the computers we have on this planet, will not be able to analyze how even this simple system works. This forces us into development and delivery of new computers, new, what I call, intelligence system with a soul which can respond and keep position. And this, these new, what we call it, computers and control systems, will be brought out very rapidly in the next few weeks, because to be able to create a condition to keep satellites in position is part of this technology. We have to. Otherwise, we won't be able to control and keep position. At the moment, we create have systems which are kept by motors or whatever into gravitational positioning of our satellites and how they move around it. And with this new system, we embed it in the soul of the system with the intelligence and knowledge. The new cycle of what you call computers and communication system will make the present satellites and what we call computers and communication lines absolutely obsolete. And I'm sure the scientists at organizations like Huawei and others will get the opportunity to do this first. I love to work with Huawei, and now my trip to China, Huawei will be one of the cornerstones of our work in developing the real technology in conjunction with the Iranian scientists.
Okay, I know we need to take a break here, Mr. Kesh. I think I'd like to read the comment from Ed in the Q&A, which goes along with what you were just saying. He says the irregularity of the motion of the ball is so different from the animations or representations of universal motion we have been seen given to us by the present knowledge. It reminds me of a living being, like seeing a video of the insides of the human body. Is this how we will see the universe in the future, as a living being?
Well, that is how we see it. It is. We never considered it. Thank you very much. Do you want to go on a break?
Yes, we'll have our intermission now.
Yep.
And Stanley will play some videos for folks, and we'll get together after a few minutes here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kesh.
Good afternoon and good day to you. We are back into the second session of the Keshe Foundation teaching. Are there any other questions? Mr. Clement?
Yes, I'm just having a look here, and Ed had asked the question previously about the, how do you put it? Just have a look here. Ed's previous question. He had asked, where is the soul of the system? And you had talked about that. And so Ed says, so in a sense, the soul is in the environment.
In a way, yes.
And Diane goes on to the next question and says, in my metaphysical understanding, I have learned everything orbits something. If that is so, what does this new system orbit? And you've already answered that in a way, I think, when you mentioned about the solar system, and we have the sun in the center, but this system doesn't have a central sun, but it does rotate according to the universal fields that are in effect there. Maybe you could explain that a little better?
If you were an old hand in nuclear technology and science, as I've said many times, we see the motion of the electron and we get the conformation of the proton and neutron. In so many ways, what we see inside as an electron neutron is the interaction of their fields together, which gives us an idea there is something inside. Which is a very old structure, and in a way, by existence of the light inside, when we become more mature, we see that this ball which is rotating is like that electron. And with this conformation of the rotation, regularity of rotation, it shows a consistent mono field strength. Where you have the rapid changes in the position of the electron, when we look at it under the tools available to us, we don't see it circling in a circular way. It is irrational and is very much unpredictable, as Einstein said. The predictability of the next spot for the electron rotating around the nucleus depends on the field interaction within the neutron and proton, or in the case of hydrogen, in the field strength of the proton with the fields of the neutron, which is then get affected by the two. And we see in this system, we can control the speed of the rotation. We can control the speed of the rotation around the circle. And we can give it continuity in the same position. In a way, we have taken the unpredictability out of it. And this understanding, creating now the next step, plasma fields without the physicality, which is the next step of development, in creating atmospheric condition of fields that creates this new condition. Which means the next step, we don't need the ball. In the next stage of development, we create the fields that will show the rotation of the water without any balls. You will see in the coming time, when we show, there won't be a ball in the water, but you will see the water twist, or what I call it, whirlpool, in the same position as the ball, rotating and having a heartbeat. Then we show the operation of the soul of the man. We are heading that direction. We had to show it to you in a tangible way now that you can see it. Humans, they say, I see, I believe it. Now we've shown you. The next step is creation of the fields. Very much as there is an electron and a proton, there's no tangibility. You cannot pick up an electron. It's impossibility because it's a GANS, it's a hollow dynamic field. And this is the next step. In the coming days, the research centers will deliver this, because there are two things to achieve this. It comes the knowledge of peace and understanding of yin and yang from the Chinese nation scientists. It comes from the ethos of Zoroaster, from the Iranian scientists, and the two will match. In balance to be correct and do good and act good. And in that process, the knowledge comes from the soul of the scientist, not from the brain of the physicality. This is how I have set it to be, because it's the only way mankind will live through it. The fundamental work is not to be tangible. Fundamental work is to show that we can move fields in a collective matter as they want to be there to be part of, not to be encaptured and encapsulated in a ball that we force you to be here. In a way, we free the man from the dimension of physicality and understanding field forces of the universe. It is absolutely beautiful if you can understand and you can develop such a technology in the coming weeks and months. This is part of what we strive to achieve. This is part of what the structure of mankind as a whole needs to achieve. We don't share knowledge and our thoughts with every man who is not the man of peace.
Mr. Keshe, we have a question from Achillesla, who's asking, is it possible to ask Mr. Keshe to explain more about the theory of the plasma computer? How does it work? What's the difference between a plasma computer and a von Neumann computer or a quantum computer? And is there any way for a layman to build such a computer for proof of concept? What kind of software does a plasma computer run?
It runs on the software of the soul of the man, has no physical dimension, and has a soul. Which means the quantum system you have now is just what you put in, has no dimension, it has no soul. It just has to do something. The new computers have no physical dimension, but works on the need of the man in the knowledge of the bank of the universe. It's a big difference. And as I said, we head towards a new breakthrough in the world of science. We head through in a way that all these IT games we have in a handful of, less than handful of years will become obsolete. Because the scientists will come up with it. Will develop new understanding of the structure. The scientists who work in the new plasma computer technology will come in with a soul. Will come in with understanding of the soul of the system, not the mechanism of the system. Because in the dimension you will see, in the dimension we'll observe the vibration of the soul. I want to speak Chinese. Going through the system, I tap through the intermediary of the system that understands the essence of the soul of the Chinese language, not just the Google translation. We don't need to be explained when we speak Chinese, just the word. We feel the essence of it. We feel the emotion of the language. We feel the soul, where all that knowledge has come for us to be in that position. It's a change of the game. And for this reason, because we can feel the new system, operation of new system, we will have nothing. People will just throw away the computers in the coming months and years, because they will tap into new cycle of understanding the fields and the knowledge. We made hard disk to hold information. The information is kept in the soul of the knowledge of the universe, which we are part of it. It's like being a, what I call a screen and a keyboard in one office, but the actual mainframe is kept in another building in another city. The whole knowledge is accessible to all. It's not that we have to buy a computer to access it. I used to laugh at this years ago. When I used to work with British Nuclear Fuel in England, those days we had no computer as such. England, with all its might, did not have computers which could analyze our data for developing the new nuclear reactors. We used to punch cards, if you know what I'm talking about. Some of you just heard about it. And then we used to take these cards in boxes, in sequence, and leave it in the room, secure room, in the tower in the center of the research center in BNFL. And they used to load it at the daytime on a standby, that when we were asleep, or when the Americans were asleep, we could use their computer because they were faster, and we used to pay for it. But the beauty of it was, that's what I said to the head of my, what you call BNFL, it was very simple. I said, do you know why the Americans are so successful and they're going faster than us? He said, no, we are better. I said, because we give our data to them to analyze. They have access to our knowledge plus their knowledge. Because now they gather more. And they were studying this system, and what I call the European nuclear scientists never realized why the Americans are going so fast. Because when we uploaded, it wasn't ours anymore. Our knowledge became theirs, and the scientists work on the back of our knowledge. And they became the center. That's one of the reasons American became so successful rapidly in the nuclear industry. And they thought that the best, because they literally took from all the science. We give you a free, you're part of it. NATO, they took everything. Luto. And this time, we don't have this. We all access to it. We all understand it. We all tap into the knowledge. This is a universal knowledge, and it can be built by anyone as long as you understand the process. That's why we don't show it in public, because you failed the last test miserably. Knowledge seekers and the rest of the humanity, you failed when we showed you the Maglev system. You did, not us. We gave it freely. You didn't understand it, and you went rampaging with it. And the same, we gave the same to the Keshe Foundation Manufacturing. Everybody came out, they never understood the essence of it. This time, yes, anybody can build. This time, will it be free given to man? Not till we secure world peace. Our way. We had the negotiation. We don't give it to the nations like last time, that they see what they can do. Last time we gave the key to show them they don't have the understanding and intellect to be able to develop. Now we deliver the intellect and the development to develop. Keshe Foundation would lead the structure of the technology. We can build it at home. Yes, costs a couple of dollars. But would you understand it? I don't think so. Monkey see, monkey does. So we go in a way that we make the governments to bring education system that everybody understands the need of it, the purpose of it, the ethos of it. It won't be just on the Keshe Foundation service for somebody to come and tap and run. You learn the reason why you're doing it. And it's the responsibility of world leaders through their nations to transfer this knowledge and technology. Any other question?
Yes, Randy asks in the Q&A, how will the average person on the street be aware of this new feeding system once it is online?
They won't eat. They feel good. And they just, if they eat, it'll be out of pleasure. No man will kill anymore for food.
I think the question is more, how will people find out about this technology, basically, or how will they become aware of it?
Part of it we are teaching. Part of it we teach. Part of it will come through the skill of our heads of Keshe Foundation and Universal Council members, how they negotiate and feed not only the world leaders, but the public. As I said, the heads of the foundation negotiate with governments to see the beauty of the change and contentment. One of the ways which Gates managed to sell this injection and what we call vaccination is that the leaders could control, and then they would have been elected one after another. Now the work of the Universal Council and head of the Keshe Foundations and all of you is to show the beauty of falling in love with the knowledge in a way that the leaders understand that if you're there to lead, you're there to create comfort condition. People will love you for what you created and they keep you to represent their emotion. And this is what is to be. We have to now, the next phase, we'll emphasize on teaching by the governments and nationals. The head of the Keshe Foundation in Iran has already started that process in Iran. The teaching to officials, to people who can do something. And the next step is how we develop this knowledge to be shared by all governments, by all citizens. This is a two-track horse. One we teach and one we have to develop. The development and delivery of the new technology stays with my work. As I said, now you understand why I stepped at the head of the foundation and left it to the two ladies. Because what you see on the screen today is because I'm back in the lab, back into research. And I can transfer knowledge and develop knowledge with the people who I trust. Where the technology is safe. And this comes step by step forward to reach the stage where, as I develop, the Universal Council and the head of the foundation will sell the technology on the love of it, not on what merits they bring financially. This is a big difference. This is why the corona disease virus is selling to every nation, because every head of nation has been bribed. Two ways, financially in the pocket, and that you'll be the last leader. Nobody will oppose you because now through the vaccination you control the emotion and the voting. And unfortunately with this technology, even that is obsolete. The soul will know the truth and the physicality will not follow. It's very simple.
Mr. Keshe, we have a question from Jefferson who asks, how will people with disabilities such as blindness or deafness be included in this wonderful process of interaction, since they have no chance of learning and positioning themselves on this technology? He says, would it be like flowers? Thank you very much.
The man in the space is deaf and dumb through his dimension of his physicality. So in a way, in the space, we are all blind and deaf.
So they actually have an advantage over regular people.
Us.
They've already dropped some of the things that get us in trouble.
In a way, it's easy for them to access their soul.
Well, isn't it true that we hear about people that are blind, for example, that they're actually way more sensitive when someone comes in the room? They actually feel them. They know what their emotion is. They know what they're like, because they've been forced to extend that part of themselves to sense, to be able to communicate some way, because they are blind. They have lost one of our main ways that we take in information as humans and what we rely on, this this very, very fragile relationship with a very narrow band of the electromagnetic spectrum that we call the visible light spectrum. And everything we do and think about seems to be orientated on something, the light reflecting off of the matter of this planet. So being blind is a big advantage.
Is a blessing this time around.
Yeah. Maybe we should start a special group of the blind people that can see, you know.
In a way, when we come to the dimension of the structure of the soul, we hear and see through the dimension of the soul. That the same as what we see a dream, we become a translation of the time. We don't need eye to see. We can, as you said, smell and taste without it. We can understand it without it. I used to have a beautiful, gorgeous great-grandmother. When I left Iran, she was still alive, but old, in her 90s and 100s. And she had, that time, 50 odd grandchildren and children and great-grandchildren. She married when she was 9, so you can imagine by that age. And in a way, she was blind, but she still could see very close distance. She knew all her siblings, all her children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren by smell. We used to try to cheat. We used to put perfume on, and she says, no, this is Mehran. I know the smell. Because she used to come to the house when we were born, and she gave us a lot of love. And we were always puzzled how this old lady knows all of us, every grandchild by smell. Every great-grandchildren. I was a grandchild. I was a great-grandchild. And so we don't need the eye to see. It depends with blindness of the physicality, what we see through the other dimension of the soul. Then now we get more and more educated by it. And in a way, we're becoming educated to the work of the soul. I can't see in the dimension of physicality. I use the dimension of the soul to see. In the research and development which is going on now, we will bring a new dimensions that you will hear our thoughts, you feel our emotion. And in past few days in the research center, I've been testing this to see how and the way it interacts, the way it triggers sequence of works. And in so many ways, we develop the next step in research and development of the new technologies with our dimension. In a coming time, what you saw as a yellow ball will be floating free in the environment. We know how, we understand it. It's just a matter of bringing control to it, because our guys have already lost the system. They don't know where it is in the lab. It flew away. But they understood the principle. I only work in the lab the people I trust, because this knowledge needs trust of so much strength to be able to share and hold on, that it brings the final position of the peace in a positive way, in a correct way. Negativity in my lab does not exist, because the progressive development has to be positive for humanity. Any other question?
Dietmar had asked in the YouTube, is it hemoglobin inside the ball, of course, that's rotating.
No.
Okay. This is one of these questions where people will probably start asking.
Yeah, they'll
Is it
start
this?
poking,
Is it that? Is it this? Is it
poking
that?
and poking, yeah. And they all get no, 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 no. But no again and no. Go back to
Okay.
understand the essence of what created hemoglobin. Hemoglobin comes from the interaction of the soul of the man with the interaction of the soul of the physicality of this planet and the soul of the whole structure of the universe. Your hemoglobin in a space have zero value, you'll be lost if we cannot replicate the dimension of the amino acid of the man, because hemoglobin is a protein base.
Okay, regarding the this space of the ball that's going around that we looked at in the video, and it's Diane again, and she asked before about that rotation around and what's in the center and so on. So she says, so it's more like a dance, two interacting, going around a shared space.
In a way, if you want to think of it.
How does the two enter into it? We see the ball, visually we see the ball. We don't see another ball on the other side, like two dancers that are dancing. But
no, it is, if you, this is the reason why we showed you that yellow ball, to see that there's nothing outside it to interact with. There's not another magnet or something or whatever that this interacts with. This is the reason we show the independently standing system.
So wouldn't it be more like a single dancer rather than two interacting, going around a shared center?
Is your heart a single dancer, but it beats and works like this. If we release your heart from your chest with all the properties which it has without the engagement of the cage of the lung, what they call it chest, would your heart stay where it is? The energy which your heart releases on every beat is not throwing blood into your vein, is spreading energy right across your body, what man has never considered. We see the heartbeat as one thing which pushes blood, but have you ever stood still to understand that heart, every beat, is like hammering onto what do you call it, onto a pan. The vibration and the noise goes through whole body and transfers energy to every cell. Man is too physical. And if you understand that heartbeat which you create, the noise of it, the energy of it, is given to every cell of the body of the man. That's a synchronizing force for every cell. It's not that you feel it in your vein and the doctor holds your hand. You're too physical. The reality is that energy absorbed from the lung, majority of it is higher strength by the beat of the heart given to all the cells immediately. What blood carries is a leftover information, physical dimension. Scientists have never realized this. They just look at it as that's it, it's a heartbeat. But what is the functionality of it? What does it do? How come when you have a drum and I hit on it with a hammer, you hold your ear, it says you receive too much energy, give me a headache. And you don't consider that the heart of the man, every beat releases so much energy in the body of the man? If you look at it, you absorb the energy from the environment in the long charge of the blood, and of the higher order, you release it through the heart, through the body. That's why the heart and lung are near each other. It's kept in that way. Release of the energy in a rapid way. But world of science has never understood this. Oh, I have a heartbeat. But what happened to the noise you call a heartbeat? What energies are released by that beating of the heart across the body of the man? Never been considered because man is too physical.
Well, speaking of noise, Ed says in the Q&A, just in a rant thought, he says, is there music in the universal environment? In the physical, we have sound and tone. In the universal, is there an equivalent on the field level?
Of course, interaction of the fields creates noise. Of course it does. If it's too strong or too uneven, it creates light. When you have a weak structure like Earth and a strong field like from the sun, you create light. If we show in the coming time, I have set a special structure in the lab that will show at what point the system will interact with different things in the lab. And in the coming time, we will show this, where we'll see, for example, how the system, even if there is a mouse running the lab, or a man running the lab, or a cat comes in the lab, or a child comes in the lab, we see the interaction of the soul with the structure, with a peace-loving system which is put in. We'll see the light, and I explained to the research that I put so much specifically in this position that we'll see which one interacts at what level with what. When you are in the universal community, they're not all from the same destination. They're from hundreds of different destinations. When your soul interacts, you know their origin and you can see them in their original shape or color or whatever of their point of origin. It's like in a physical dimension, he's from China, he's from there, he's from there. Now we see the fields of his strength, and the field of his strength which tells us which part of the universe they come from. Any other question?
Jefferson says in the Q&A, or suggests, if we put two more spheres like this one in the same environment, what would happen? Would they orbit each other? Thank you.
We'll show you next week.
Add a sphere each week and we'll see what happens.
In a way, we have created the environment. Now we have to see the interaction. This is what was discussed in the lab yesterday. We have to understand it. We have to position it. We are developing new materials, never known before. We are creating systems never known before. When I get to the lab is my playground. When I've been too long away, but the man wasn't ready. Now the man is ready. The time has been set. So it's time to play, and I enjoy playing in the lab because it brings new insight. It brings new ways to show the beauty of the play. And you will see gradually. We will not show you the structure. No, we will not open it up, but till we get agreement from the Chinese leadership and the Iranian leadership in joint collaboration and development of the new space technology. Any other question? Or have we done enough damage to human knowledge this week?
Um,
Or have we increased the man's knowledge? Need to digest.
Jalal had a comment in the Q&A. I'm not sure if he means me to say it or that it's, I think he does. Well,
Otherwise,
I'm
he
going
wouldn't
to.
put it in, isn't it?
I would think so, but then he put another comment in. It just says Rick. So I don't know if he says for me to say it or the comment was to me personally or something. We also have Mark with his hand up here, but I'll say Jalal's comment first, and maybe we can hear from Mark. Jalal says, "Now I know what was going on with us this week. It's you, Mr. Kesh."
What? Repeat.
Now I know what was going on with us this week. It's you, Mr. Kesh. By the way, I was teaching what you show yesterday in the private teaching. Thank
What,
you,
he was
Mr.
showing the
Kesh.
ball?
Or something like that, apparently, yes. Thank you, Mr. Kesh, for your, I think, vision in my dream. You do not need to bring this to public, he says. I don't know why he says that.
Can you bring Jalal? Let's see what he's talking
I think,
about.
yeah, he better
He's got to be questioned.
Is it my fault now?
No, we want you to enlighten us. What do you mean you were doing it yesterday?
Okay, first, the whole week, all the knowledge seekers, they have something from you. Something is going on. And from my point, you visit me in the dream and you taught me something. And in a way, if I understand it right, it's the same knowledge. And for about 6 weeks, I am pushing the knowledge seekers in the private to learn this absolutely what you showed today. And it happens that in the class, in the private teachings, the knowledge seekers, they were asking about something. They missed the key in their understanding. And yesterday we brought part of it in the private teaching. So it was
Which
only
part?
comment.
Which part? Yep.
The whole understanding of what we're showing. If they go to the what I suggest them to show, to see, it is one private teaching. It's very condensed with knowledge. If they understand it, they will absolutely they will understand what you are showing yesterday, today.
We're still waiting. We don't understand what you're talking about.
Come to my private teaching.
I've not paid my fee. They don't let me come in.
yeah, that's why you are coming only in the dreams. But
Thank you very much.
we will see. Maybe we will bring it to the public in the future, near future. Thank you, Mr. Kesh.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Any other comments?
Let me see. There's a comment from Salamia in the Q&A. I have the vision of many formula after the word arts and after words in Sanskrit. The creator communicates with me at the emotion of vision level. I understood that the science, together with old divine writings, revealed to humanity and arts will bring peace on mind and soul on this planet for all. And goes on to say, Om is the sound of the sun. And that's it on that front. I'm having a look at the YouTube here.
Mr. Cash, hello. I have a question. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm wondering, because you already created the soul, so if we want the soul to manifest as a like physical body, so what next we need?
What do you mean?
I remember you at that time you said you want to show how to create life in a box. So now you already create the soul. So if we create like a creature, let the soul you created to manifest as a creature or being, what's next we still need it?
That goes on a wisdom and wish of the man. How do you want to see this soul in the dimension of physicality? Very simple. Very, very simple. How do you, as a human race, would like to see the soul? Let's put it on the panel. Let's ask you, like knowledge seekers, how would you like to see this soul, which we have created, that is brought up motion and understanding and a heartbeat? How would you like to see it to become a physical dimension?
Is that means like if we see the creator, somebody see creator as Jesus, some see the creator as a Buddha, some say as a Bodhisattva or Muhammad. Is that because of the concept or the something inside our brain, and then it manifests that image to us? So at the essence level, it is just the energy. Is that what you want to say? No?
No, you explain. Now you started a discussion, let's talk about it. We created a soul which shows itself in this dimension of rotation. Without any source of physicality, we are feeding it whatever. And how would you like to see this soul to take physical dimension? Or are you scared to see it manifest itself in a dimension that you might not like to see it? Come on, knowledge seekers. Open the book.
Well, for me, I would naturally want to try to figure out the criteria to make it go faster or slower, or to change direction, or to control it in different ways, just different experiments to check the parameters, to push the limits of what it can do. Can we make it into a wheel that goes around and can create useful designs for humans to use? Or maybe it can be a perfect clock. Maybe it ends up being
what about, would you like it blonde or would you like it blue eyes? Would you like it to be, it's a soul, now you can decide.
Mm-hmm.
Now you have an option. Let's play the game and see if we can make your dream come true.
One thing that came to mind for me was, what if you could make it into a little ball that kids could play with, and they would understand the way the universe works from this very simple toy, and then they can explain it to their parents and grandparents so that we can, allow them to make the transition into this new technology. Because the kids will take it in immediately and think it's completely normal. Whatever you throw at them, they can adapt to and make it part of their life almost right away. Whereas the older people take a while to kind of have to get some kind of rational explanation, or they have to figure it out, or they have to ignore it for a while before they accept it, and that kind of thing. So to make it into something that's tangible, that people can play with it and actually feel it. What if you put that ball in your hand? Would it tend to make your hand go to that same beat? Or is it even, safe to put it on your hand to start with? It might be one question. But how can we interact with it on a close level?
Plasmas are always safe, so that question doesn't exist.
Mm-hmm.
Especially at this level.
I guess you wanted to become a mermaid.
Yes, I love mermaids. So, would you like to have a soul of a mermaid? What would be your intention if it's a mermaid? How would you like it? What color scale you like on it, and what color eyes you have to want that mermaid to have? What beauties do you want to see in it? Do you want a female mermaid or do you want a male mermaid? Come on, what's your wishes, and see to what extent we can extend this knowledge.
I prefer to say it as an angel, has beautiful wings and full of love and light, and it can change the shapes as what it like, or different people can say different shape based on what their imagination.
Waiting. Anybody else? Anybody else wants to bring their imagination? What would come the soul of this system?
Yes, we have Stefania and Dean.
I can imagine what the Stefania wants. Doesn't take long to imagine.
A merman instead of a mermaid.
A merman,
Yeah.
exactly. Italians, huh? You see, the smile tells you a lot.
But definitely it's time now that we have to, think out of the box, really, literally we can imagine everything. From my understanding is that we have to learn how to hold, so you said, so we have to hold the thoughts. So I suppose we have to learn to recognize pure thoughts, and then we have to learn how to hold them. This is assumption, no, I'm making here, no? And then, like a plant, you need to feed them. I don't know, and then they become physical. I'm not sure.
I think it'll come to the point that once you made that wish, you have made a connection. It's another part. Do you check every minute what every cell of your body does? Or you made a wish to go to a sunny place, the whole body gets ready to tolerate warmth from the middle of the winter.
Or like when I think about food and I start to, you know, like, you know, when the mouth get watering as soon you think about food, like,
Yeah.
like a dribbling, like, so it's like the
Yeah.
moment you project something, your body or your cell, your body get prepared to it.
Yep.
I still didn't understand, but it's fine.
Yep. If you, it's like you, when you think of a pizza, you start dreaming about everything topping on it, and the body gets ready for it. So once you establish this with the soul, then it's embedded in its structure. That's why we need men of peace from this planet to get to that point.
Because the men of peace already know, so it can recall it, you know, in the whole, you know, unity, or because the men of peace, every piece of this man will be peace, so he will be able to recall this and to manifest this.
What's the wish of your knowledge seekers? You're just observers here. Now you've been given a chance to become a creator, or at least make a wish in what could be. Would it like it to be somebody from out of space that you can see for the first time? Do you want it to be a lion? What is your, because now you have that power, frightening you, but it's the reality which is facing you.
Would like to be the man of peace.
I would like it to be a woman of peace.
Blonde and blue eyes.
Not really. I like them dark hair and brown eyes. That's your imagination. Or you want it to be a European Christ, blue eyes and blonde hair.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, perhaps we can hear from Dean and Salamea, who might have some other points of view on that.
Thanks, Rick. Dean here. Mr. Kesh, for me, I think it'd be the gentle caress of the soul, the non-dimensional, letting the soul decide what it would like to manifest, because it depends on your position, whether you're on a physical plane or whether you're in the universe. In the universe, you might want to see another star, another soul, another light. On the planet, you might want to see another being, another, or you may want to see another tree. It depends on your physicality. You may want to see a bird. It could be anything in physicality. But if you let the soul decide, the beauty of the soul give you unconditionally what you require, what you need in the function of what the position you're in, just let it manifest the beauty in front of you.
Not got my answer yet.
Okay, perhaps Salamia could have a go at it. Let's see. Salamia?
Yes, it's amazing. I said on my heart that this physicality will be woman, and Mr. Kesh just said it was amazing for me. It wasn't necessary for me to talk because Mr. Kesh just said it will be a woman. Or maybe because it was in his head, came also in my head. Because we communicate at soul level. So for me, it's important to say the truth that the Ray is a goddess and she's a woman. She's a Shakti power. She is the feminine principle, which is a creator on this Unicos. So this being has to be human, female, I mean, woman, and with many faces, according with the wish of the of every human living being here. Depends on their imagination. This woman can change the face and the body according to the wish. Everybody can imagine the goodness, the beauty, and the peace lady in many ways. So it's not only one way, it's different ways. Depends on the emotion of the person. For me, I'd like to see my mother because I love very much her. She is not with me here on this planet, but we communicate at the soul level. And maybe when I will look to this woman piece, I will see my mother is the mother of the Unicos. She takes care of, by loving, of everything. But she is not alone because a masculine and feminine principle, they are together, is yin and yang, together, always. Masculine is there, is the force, and feminine just create. Is interaction between yin and yang, between two fields. And this interaction creates this beautiful universe full plenty of love and peace. If we will not have this environment of the love and peace, we will not see this being, because she's created from love and from peace. Or maybe if you will see this, you will become a peaceful being. I think that both are
We still
interrelated.
don't know your mom, so we are in a dilemma. So we got this is what
She
what
was
man
very,
wishes.
yes,
What man wishes
yes,
will become tangibility in a physical dimension.
yes. It
So
depends on
now,
your intention.
yes. So now I asked you.
Yes,
Human race is a conjuncture that you can wish and you can make. This is like you want your soul to appear as a dog on planet whatever, or a cat in another planet. So now we are creating a dimension of the soul. It's your power. This is what you lot all can do in the coming time. What would you like to see as a soul? In what dimension?
I want to feel it and to see with the eyes of my soul of my mind. You know, as a Indian background, I believe in the third eyes, the pineal gland, and I would like to see with these eyes. I know we will be blind, but we will see this with the eyes of not imagination. I don't know what is this. It's the common reality. With this is a reality, I think, because our world, it's only a Maya. It's an illusion, but the true reality is there. Is an archetype of reality, and we are only a copy of this reality. On my mind is like this. I feel like this. How I would like to see? I would like to see on Earth and on other dimensions too. Depends on me. If I will go there, I will see in another dimension, because we have to be in synchrony. If I will be on the Earth, I will see a human being, because all the people maybe don't believe if they don't see a human being, but we can see also the soul, which is like the central star of the universe. It's like how do you say? I don't know the word in English. You said before, when we make a lot of lights for when it is an event, a birthday or something. What is
Fireworks.
in English? Yes, firework. In my soul and imagination is like this, that we can feel it, we can touch it if we want, and we can see also, because people need to see to believe. But for me, it's not important if we will see or if we will touch or not. I think that what is important is to feel, to communicate, to feel this energy, which bring me love and peace and make me strong, and to be confident on everything. I learned from my mother that if I want something, I wish something, I put the intention, this become reality. And during my lifetime, I just believe on this, and everything became reality. And if sometimes I have a dilemma, never become realities. And I said, I have to believe. I have to put the intention with pure heart. Otherwise, everything will be just Maya. Maybe we create with the help of this soul an ideal Maya of the world, which can be tangible if we want. It's necessary on this earth to have also an image, because people are not so believer maybe as we are, many of us. And they need proof, like in science. You need evidence. We need experiments. It's foolish. Huh? It's just crazy to have always experiments. We can have experiments with our intention and without belief. We just have to have the vision, the emotion of the vision, how the future we'd like to look like, and if we'll achieve to have common denominator and common values and common vision, this vision will become reality. Even we will call Maya, doesn't matter what is the meaning, but we will have this, we will materialize this from the flux of energy. And if we'll need this soul to be the proof that that something can unify it, we need also to have a physicality for it, for the people which can be so trusty as us in value, which are abstract. I don't know if I was enough clear, but I just speak without thinking. It was only from my heart. Sorry. Thank you.
Did that answer your question, Mr. Kesh, or does it need to be more?
Not really. We're still searching. How do you want it to look? We don't know her mother, so what could it be? The mother in the essence of the soul and not the physical tangible that will be mother to all of us.
Yes, the mother is all of us.
Let me explain to you something very interesting. Maybe it's the time to discuss. By development of this technology at this point, we create a new dilemma for man. A new and a huge dilemma for man. In what is going to be, what are we creating? What is the dimension of?
I have to think about this because it's not only my heart. My heart said I'd like to see my mother and the mother of everybody, which take care. But I have to think also with my mind and my soul of man. It was the soul of my heart which was speaking now. Maybe next week I will have a vision on my meditation and I will contact, I don't know, the creator, the divine, and will send me an image. Hopefully, everybody can ask this, and maybe together we can create this common vision of how do we like to look this human woman of peace, bringing love, peace, harmony on the universe.
What about we make this entity the soul of peace?
Yes.
From it.
Yeah.
Yep, but are we all peaceful to wish such a thing? Or we still have scores to settle before we become peaceful? We have becoming peaceful. It means closing eyes to a lot of things. Are we in that stage of peacefulness?
We have to transmit to the people at the soul level, but also we have to educate through any media, through every instrument, like plasma for peace, like arts from peace, media for peace, politics for peace, food for peace, health for peace, everything, to integrate this peace in all domain and area, and also to put together activity with intention, because I think that intention is not enough. We have to accompany our intention with activities and to have a common wish to sign the covenant, the protocol for peace at all level. At the soul level, it's important to be peaceful people. How to make peace in the world if we are a conflicting nature? And they said at international level that human nature is a conflictual nature, so we don't have to create a peaceful system without conflict. And it's totally wrong, because our nature is not conflictual. Our nature is peaceful nature. The law within our body and outside of our body is harmony and love. Otherwise, we'll not have a human body. And so this we have to create this soul of peace and to make him to manifest himself as a not only as an instrument, but also as a how do you say? Oh my God, it's not coming on my mind right now. I have to. Is the only way to make people to understand that only if we are peaceful people, loving people, we are able to become co-creators, and we are able to have everything what we want on this earth through our intention and good environment of love and peace. Otherwise, can use this creature, or this soul, for war, for doing bad things. We have to be in harmony with the ethos of the universe and the ethics. We have to introduce ethos and ethics in all objects at on the education. And I know from my grandmother and my ancestors that before, people receive the knowledge through the third eye, the disciple and the other side, I think the guru before, they transmitted the knowledge through this center of the soul of man. And I said, when I was small, this is all mythology, this is history, I don't believe you. But now when you show us this, I understand and I believe that this is true. Maybe I talk too much and I'm not so aware of your question, but it was my wish and my feeling to share a few what I have on my heart. I don't now to take the decision. I need more time for reflection and maybe to talk together with people from Universal Council and from other leaders of spiritual leaders on this earth. And together we can put a common intention to find the common denominator. I can take the decision for everybody. I am a humble human being, but I think that is my right to think, to talk, but I don't want to take the decision for you or for other people. We have to consult each other and to say freely what we think.
What if you were given the power right now in this moment to be the creator? What would you create?
If I will be the creator, but I can be the co-creator. This I am right. What I will create. What do you think about the word, or what? What do you say about this soul?
In regard to watching that sphere rotating and the principles of the universe being implied in that, and so on, and the implication of how we can become a creator with having the power and the knowledge and insight and so on, just by that position. And what would you do with it? What would you create right now? Like, it's more personal than getting together with all of humanity and what does humanity want and what do
yes, this is
all of others. What do you want? What would you create? Like, that was more direct. What is it? What is it that's your ultimate example of, to show the world, if you're going to show the world, or if you need to show the world, or show yourself, or just to manifest it, or maybe not manifest it? What would it look like? The ultimate as the creator, what does one do, basically, is kind of the question. You sit there and kind of scratch your head and think, oh, what should I create now? Or we should have that intention ready to go in a way. And as soon as we get in that position, we know what to do, because we should know what to create from our, our experiences with touching into that state, and knowing something about what exists on that higher dimensional level and so on. So I'm just trying to make it more personal. Like, what would you create?
Yes. Uh, I will be a Superman. My nephew said,
Superwoman,
yes,
Superwoman.
he wanted to be a Superman. And I said, it's amazing. I also had on my dream, and my wish was my life to be a superwoman and to create around me only good, and to think good, to be good, to do good. This is the ethos of my Indian ancestors. My grandfather always said me, be good, think good, do good. No otherwise. And he was praying to Shiva and Shakti and Brahman and all this, and I would like to be as a goddess of equity, goddess of peace, goddess of love. Why I have to be like this? Because I am a woman, and my society has to be like my family and like my house. A woman always love all the children and the husband. Always she's a good manager. A woman never love to send the children and the husband to the war. A woman, she is a good educator. A woman, she has the wisdom to create the balance. This is the secret word, how we can create the balance at all level in our body, between us and the soul of the planet, between the soul of planet and between the soul of the sun, the soul of the center of our galaxy, of our universe. And in this way, as Mr. Keshe said, everything to have the same beat of love, beat of peace, beat of unity. But what I say is everything very abstract. We have to don't talk in abstract words. We have to be concrete and materialize this to give the people the right to have a shelter, the right to have clean water, to have clean environment, to have the right to life, to have the right to food, to have the right to knowledge. This is very important. And the right to live in inner peace and peace between us and our family, small family, bigger family, universal family, because we are part of the totality. And as a goddess, I don't ask you anything else that to love each other, because I love you very much. And if you love each other, you'll never be in conflict. You'll never have war and to put a lot of energy in conflicts. If you'll put energy in creating abundance for everybody, to have infinite what we want. As the universe is infinite, he has infinite energy. We have to be in harmony with this universe, flux of abundance, just putting our intention. We have to teach people in family how to create abundance by being in the flux of energy of the universe. This, you can touch this energy if you are not a good person, if you don't respect the principle of morality, the principle and the ethos, which are a common denominator for all beings. Don't harm anybody. Don't cheat. Don't do bad things. I mean, just to be correct. And if you will be correct, you will be in harmony and connection with the energy from which we can see from other level. And this is woman of peace is able to put us in a connection with the energy of the universe. But I have to think, because she's also the woman of peace, and the peace, truth, knowledge, as Mr. Keshe said. We can't have peace if you don't know how is the universe made. If we understood how the universe is made, we understood that we are part of the unicos. We are the unicos.
Thank you very much.
I talk too much, but
we hear a different dimension, mixture of what I call West and East culture.
Yes.
What we strive for to make it all one. The reality is, it's a, as I just said, a flaw in a man's thinking, the way he has spread this planet, and this has created a lot of new, or what I call a school of thoughts. Most of the things we decide is our own choice, or we've been brought to accept. And for example, would I like what color to be? What creature to be? Can I create a new creature through a soul that represents all the created things on this planet? The bird, the animal, the trees, the stone, the man, the beast. What would this creature would look like that we all accept is abundance of peace and love and what I call completion? Why does he have to be in the shape of a mother I love? Why can't be a collective soul of the humanity creation on this planet? Why don't we step further that represent the soul of the unicos? That wherever we are, anywhere in the universe, we see it. This is the first child of the man science. What would the soul represent for all of us? And all those who we call universal community. To what extent we are prepared to extend our generosity of acceptance.
Yes, this
is why sometimes I put these kind of questions for thinking, not just for finding answers.
Mm-hmm.
We always used to say, why do we call it East? What about if the sun rises on the east coast of the United States, that US become East? Why have we chosen a line of ocean to call it the beginning of where the sun rises? Sun rises all the time at all horizons. How do we go to extent of the school of thoughts that when we become men of space, there is no sun to rise? The man lives through the rising of his soul. We have no day and night in space. It's one continuous life. Isn't it? That's the reason why we need to travel with the dimension of the souls. How much beds and how much quilts and how much pillows are we going to carry on the space travels of thousands of years? Or when we land in another dimension, we look for anything to make a pillow out of it or to make a blanket out of it, to kill more animals and destroy more environment. This is part of the total teaching. This is part of new understanding. This is part of how it's going to be. And with what we showed today is a new structure, a new way of life. In time, man will understand what I call the power of small video was shown. Scientists now, we have released the soul of the knowledge around the world, will be enlightened to achieve this. And in a matter of weeks, it will be open to a number of scientists around the world. And then nations will take over. And how far can we connect and correct this? The reality is, we create a lockdown for humanity, closing the factories of arms from now on, lockdown to animosities of the past. Who's paying the wages of these people in these factories when they go lockdown? Governments. We accept it to cover it. Why can't we bring the new dimension into it? The essence of the new cycle is abundance.
Yeah.
Abundance of everything mankind needs. So, does this ball already carries that soul for all of us? That's why it has no center. Does it mean that we enter a new cycle of knowledge, which with it we create new understanding? Does it mean that in the coming time, mankind will become independent of totality? And does it mean that those who've been trying to create the wrong environment for the whole mankind will become subordinate to their own misconduct? We'll see. My wish is very simple. How far this new technology will take shape in man's dimension of understanding. We will not stop developing, we will not stop sharing knowledge, but this time we work selective, that we get the maximum outcome in what we want. We will show to those nations who want to understand the new ways. One of my biggest joy is when I see nobody buys Microsoft. One of my biggest joys is when people do not need injections. When we put the computers into bins. It was something we had to add to, and we move on. The end of world of what I call computer game, literally with this technology, is over, because you don't need anything as is within the memory and within the bank of the universe. These are not dreams, because I can show you a lot. Through the soul of the man will reach the man. But now we have the means to show the man that we can reach you. Play our game, our way. Any other thoughts?
We've got, well, we had another hand up. We've got Jalal up next, I believe. Would you like to go ahead, Jalal?
Can I have a small request from you, Rick? Please,
Okay.
please, next time, promote me to the panelist. At least when I have time, I can answer or ask something, because I am working in the background, and so many times I don't have the luxury to be in the same plots or same time. But thank you anyway. Mr. Cash, it is the same. It's the same question what you brought up to the doctors. All they believe or what they put efforts in, they cannot let go, because a simple science which bring out everything, expose all their what they done, it's nothing comparing to this science. That's why they didn't accept it, because they must let go. So, answer to your question, I don't think in this time a lot can answer you, because it is one this $1 million dollar question. This is 1 trillion in the magnitude of 1 million. So a lot. But if you ask me what I gonna do if I do that, I will do so simple thing. I will make a light, non-tangible, in every city, in every village, and I write a small plate under it, made by Jalal, a car washer, made by a man. And let them think how much they will take time to think that there is no difference between me and them in that creation. Thank you, Mr. Cash.
Okay, thank you, Jalal. And we've got a couple more hands up here. How are you doing, Mr. Kesh? We're getting along in the time.
No,
here.
we are not getting. Yeah, the time-wise is not bad, but it's just trying to, in a way, putting a fact on the table. Now we have shown we can create a system without physical interaction. You see a system running on its own, has a, if you look at it, a repetitive understanding and how it wants to place itself. Now, in a way, as I said, this picture speaks 1,000 words. And that is, now mankind has the capability to see that he can create an object of his own decision, and with it has a dimension to decide its structure. That ball is your physicality in the dimension of your soul, which is not tangible. How would you like it to be? And if I change the condition, would your soul allow your physicality to dance this way?
Well, Randy says in the Q&A, I will take the rotating ball of peace I saw tonight and share it with the souls of the people with whom I interact with, and they in turn share it as well. And that is how we get real world peace. Ed says, I would like to see it as a living essence of some kind. However, it wishes to manifest itself in our environment. Our soul manifests as a human body. Would this soul need to manifest in the same way? Or could it be a light or gaseous? Or would it manifest on the soul level as a feeling of presence? Elias says, can this be the preview or manifestation of the new soul, which will be coming on March 21st, 2021?
That soul is unique, and it'll be the change of the course, it'll be change of the game. In so many ways, it could be the beginning of the structure, but in a way, we are showing the physical dimension to its existence. In a way, we have to accept the totality. We have to accept a new dimension. With this little simple video will change the course of humanity in a very, very rapid way. In the coming weeks, we'll show more, and in the coming weeks, as we trouble with the world governments to bring the new change, we'll make them to understand, and they will understand very rapidly that what tools they have in their hand is obsolete. And in so many ways, maybe Corona has been a good thing for humanity, to stand still and think, reassess. And do we go through the next phase of understanding more through the growth of the soul of the man? Because we will see it, we understand it, and we will be enlightened by it. A lot of knowledge seekers sit, listen during the teaching or after the teaching, or people listen to it in years to come, and enlightens them in one way or another to expand the knowledge in the way they see it. But in essence, from now on, the knowledge of the universe is open to every man. It's how we change the mankind and the rest of the universe to become totally one-dimensional towards coexistence in a peaceful manner. In all the times man has been on this planet and all the evidences we have never seen forces of universe fighting each other in the space of this planet or within its ground, because they have everything they need. They have achieved a point of maturity that they don't need to fight for anything. And now it's time for the man to mature. It'll be a very interesting time from now on, as in the coming time we bring you, as we said, the emotion of presence, emotion of knowledge, and every other emotion that the man will start understanding more how to become mature. If there are no questions, shall we call it a day before you hit your 4-hour deadline?
Perhaps we can just hear from Chow here, who had a question in the Q&A, and he's got his hand up as well. And maybe we can end with that.
Yep. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Hello, Ms. Cash. This is Chao from China. I have a question about the difference of the ALS and the MS in the aspect of the carbon change, because in your paper it is said the ALS the carbon in the amino acid converts from conductor to insulator on a more permanent basis. And for MS, you said that ALS is the reverse process carbon crystal structure to MS in its neural communication line. So my question is, what's the difference between them in the carbon change?
Yeah, it's the conductivity according to the emotion and the strength of the emotion, and insulation according to that. If you look at the MS and if you look at the ILS, you see with the MS, there is an inherently works a different operation and a different way of emotion. And conductivity of the carbon does not only apply to the what I call the copper side. It applies to the strength of the zinc side as well, the emotion side, the neural system. We see totally two different ways of approach in understanding and paralysis. The paralysis of the ILS is very different than the MS. The mindset is totally, and the emotion of the two are very, very different. We block one through the conductivity of physical dimension. We block one on the strength of the emotional structure. But at the end, both show the same kind of result. In ILS, you wish to die, terminate the contract. And body has to reset itself because it was said to die at the age of 80. Now has got to do it at 40 because you requested, you put your request in and he accepted. With MS is I want attention. I want to be loved. You never put in that certificate into your soul. Very different, totally, and body reacts totally different. If you've seen so many people with ILS and MS, you will understand the huge difference between the approach of death. MS is begging to be loved. ILS is begging to die, to terminate the contract. And even though they might look the same from outside, from inside it's totally different operation.
Can I ask you a detailed question? Because in the paper you said the MS, in MS, the carbon changes from insulator to insulator in a diamond structure and stays throughout the process of the illness. And for ALS, the carbon converts from conductor to insulator. So it seems like there are some difference between about the carbon structure.
Yes. Just 1 second, please. Yes, it's the difference. One, as I said, it changes according to the strength of the emotion. One changes according to the strength of the wish, need. One works through the what we call neurosystem wish. One works through the physicality need. I wish to die. I terminate, because to us we look at the same thing, but it's not. One is emotion, and one is a need. And they have different strengths, and they manifest themselves in different operations of the carbon within the body. Carbon is a link of the
Sorry, a link of the
communication between it's a link of communication between every part of the man. Doesn't matter in the emotion side or in the physical side. That's why we always use carbon in all interactions. but it has different orientation and different strength. It's a it's a very, very big difference. It's a massive difference between the two. And the orientation of the carbon to become an insulator, orientation of the carbon to behave like an insulator to stop the emotion. Man, the knowledge we have at the moment, we cannot stop emotion. But carbon in certain orientation can even stop the emotion. And that's a piece of knowledge which is not being taught. And this is why in the past teachings, we always refer to the emotion of these things, because man, by choice, has blocked these emotions and now has the freedom to learn from the soul. And that will come through again, understanding of the strength of the carbon within, the structure of the physicality of the body of the man. This is why when you look at the structure of the brain, although it all looks white, but you see it in different shades and shadows. The shade of shadows of the brain, when you cut across it, is the strength of the carbon, which is used in conjunction with magnesium and the zinc to orientate and reflect the light through the carbon structure. Because it can change, switch from conductor to resistor at a very, very low current. And then it comes back, it shows, because in the brain we don't have no muscles. But in the physical side, we have muscles, and depends which way the instruction comes. In the dimension of MS, I want to be loved. I want to be hugged by the mother. We see majority of the people with MS have a psychosomatic condition in respect to their mother. With ILS, we see psychosomatic in condition to emotion of physicality and need. Why do we see so many sports people nowadays become ILS? Because in a physical dimension, what they wanted, a house, bigger money for their fee, is not there. Fame they were for is not there, so I want to die, I didn't get what I wanted. In MS, we see the direction I want to be loved by my mother. It's the emotion. So it's a different structure of the carbon interaction. Different strength. Different ball game. Totally different ball game.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Kesh. As you mentioned, we should probably wrap things up here to keep it under 4 hours for transcriber bunch.
Thank you very much for today. I hope we opened a new cycle in knowledge and understanding. I hope we open a new door for humanity to enter the universal community and understanding and the strength of the soul of the man. In so many ways, today, as I said, it's a Thanksgiving Day. Thank God for sharing the knowledge of universe with humanity. And I hope mankind will be wise to this change and evolution. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Kesh, once again for another Knowledge Seekers Workshop here. It's been the 356th Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, November 26th, 2020. And we look forward to the One Nation, One Planet, One Race for World Peace coming up on Tuesday of next week at 4 p.m. Central European Time. And there's other public teachings as well in languages through the week, according to the schedules that you'll find on social media. Okay, I think that's it for today.
Sorry to come in. There is one message to all the groups. We spread this in other groups. In all the public teaching, please avoid from mentioning everything about the cure or medical terminologies.
that could be even with Corona. We will not post any of the teachings which carry these things. It's a responsibility of the coordinator and those who moderate to make sure these things are not taught and brought out, people bringing and claiming cure or whatever in any of the teachings. Thank you very much.
Yes, good point, Mr. Kesh. And people can refer to, there's specific rules on that in YouTube. We went over that in the plasma reactor group of Wednesday, November 25th, and people can review that if they wish, where we go into detail about the ins and outs about that. So definitely keep in mind that YouTube and other social media is clamping down quite a bit on anything to do with the co-virus, if it's not to do with the WHO and their methods and ways of presenting. So keep that in mind with all the presentations that are coming up here, so we can continue providing the services we do through the wonderful YouTube channel with over 1,000 videos on it and so on. Okay, thanks everyone for today, and we'll see you next time around.
Hello. We are the Keshe Foundation. Our mission is to bring peace on earth and join humanity with the universal community. We wish and work to bring man as equal to all beings in the universe. By teaching plasma science and technology equally to everyone, no one is left out and no one is abused due to lack of knowledge. By donating to us, you can help achieve this goal. KesheFoundation.org/donate.